What's up, Danny DeCito? Yeah, dude, I got really bored and I got nothing to do today, so I figured midday live stream, see who shows up. You want to field a guess as to which one the 20-sided die is going to pick tonight or today, because it's not night? Because right now we got 7CR17, I think it's like 4340 stainless or something like that, VG10, and whatever Gerber's mystery steel is on this one. Because they won't tell you what they used for the paraframe. All right, we're guessing VG10. Yeah, I'm curious to see how that holds up. Like, we haven't done any of these steels yet on Cardboard Slayer. Let's see what we got. Yep. 14. You got the VG10. All right. And this thing is like VG10 Damascus. So it'll be interesting to see how that wears. It didn't pick this one. I've had this on every, the last 3 or 4 20-sided die picks the knife stream so far, and it hadn't picked it. All right, let's put these back in the box. And let's see what kind of edge we're starting off with. Yep, you go here. There's a bad cut on my end. What in the world is happening here? Careful. Okay, so it's definitely not the best factory edge I've seen by a bit. It does not like making these cuts. No, I think we're going to strop this before we do anything. Jason Beecher, what's going on? Yeah, everything's good, man. I just don't have much to do today, so... Yeah, this factory edge just ain't that solid. Okay, so we're going to strop this before we start going in on it. See if that doesn't help us out a little bit, because, good God. I thought the factory edge would be better. Yeah, what are you guys getting into today? I'm assuming not too much if you're here wasting your time. Yeah, I'm off work today, and since it's Memorial Day weekend, tomorrow and Sunday, I'm going to get my ass beat at work. It's going to be so little fun. Arch blows. Gotcha. Yeah, things may be quiet until we get some more people in chat, because I know y'all are going to be unable to really go nuts. That's not a chip on the blade, is it? Yeah, this blade's already got a chipped edge. Dude, what's going on? So I don't have much to do today, so we're playing around with this thing. We got VG10 Damascus, and the edge is already chipped somehow, so that's a treat. Now, I will say one thing, though. I did start scrolling through Amazon last night looking at fixed angle sharpeners. May or may not be Outdoors 55's fault. But I found like a couple of $30 fixed angle sharpening systems, and I'm kind of looking at those like, do I test those out for the channel and see if like, because most of the guys that are here are broke and looking for, cheap stuff that's really good. Jesus, Barcelona, holy crap. I appreciate you taking your time to do this while you're somewhere like Spain. I've never been out of the country, so that is mystifying to me. But I'm kind of looking at those and wondering whether or not I buy a couple of those cheap ones and test them out, see if they're at least adequate. Because most of the guys that are here are looking for, the cheap stuff that's good. And I'm kind of curious if those are any good at all. And this week I'm also carrying a Schrade with a recurve. And I'm not entirely sure that the flat stones on the precision adjust or anything like that are going to really get in there comfortably and sharpen up a recurve like that. Yeah, no, I got the precision adjust. I got the mid-range model that comes with 7 stones or 6 stones in the strop. Absolutely love it. But, like a lot of the guys that have been in the chat here and a lot of the guys watching the channel, they can't dump like $120 on something like that, or if the price has gone up, which wouldn't surprise me too much, whatever they cost now. And I think one of the other defining qualities of those cheaper systems too that are like $30 is it looks like they're a bit more universal. They can take a whole bunch of different stones. Yeah, I'm thinking that might be an edge roll. Oh yeah, no, I actually looked at my schedule at work and I can finally see where the time off starts for Blade Show, which I got to figure out how I'm going to approach Blade Show because I've got maybe $180 or something like that to work with. Maybe I'll bump that up to 200 by the time we get there. And then it's either buy cool stuff on day 1 and then spend the next 2 days wandering around just looking at shit, or try to space it out, or try to hold off till the last day. But if I find a prototype of something or other, then a good part of it's probably going to be gone by the end of the day 1. Drop by Devo again and see if they got a new another prototype I can buy. Okay. So that's cleaned up. Let's see what we got. Yeah, there's a little nick in the edge. Little tiny chip. It's not really affecting us too hard right now, but I bet that's going to be a wear point that becomes a problem later. So I haven't seen more than the 6 stones and the strop for the Work Sharp Precision Adjust. Yeah, do it again. I got bored. But, I've gone looking to see if there's more stones to spread out the load and, of course, make it a little bit easier to reprofile the edges. But I spent like 120 on mine, but, for a lot of the guys here, 120 is a lot. All right, so edge wear. Okay, so that's what we got right now. And that small chip in the blade is going to drive me absolutely insane. And as much as I like this knife from earlier, I may end up not liking this too much. I know the factory edge felt good when I got it, but that was before I spoiled myself with really good factory edges. So we're going to call this 1220. But yeah, like mine, 120, it's got the case, it's got all the things, it's got the 6 stones in the strop, and I don't know, let me take a look on Amazon and see if the price has gone up. Now, did you get the Precision Adjust Pro with the angle finder and all that, or did you just get the one that I have? And I wanted to run this, but it feels like I'm not going to have fun today. Something I do want to take a look at some point here is yeah, no, like I paid 120 for mine, and I had to spend probably about 2, maybe 3 weeks just putting a little back at a time until I could buy it. Like, as far as like maintaining knives and, you know, reprofiling edges and all that, it's worth every penny. You know, especially if you're going to use your knives, or you know, like me, you're going to experiment. And of course, at some point, I assume one of two things will happen. Either the channel will slow down to the point where it becomes not worth doing much with it anymore, at which point, you know, I'll just be carrying my favorites and, you know, putting edges on those. Or, you know, I'll be having so many knives coming in so fast because of channel growth that it's not going to matter. But, you know, going from not really being able to properly sharpen, like, I shit you not, I was using a bench grinder to sharpen my knives for the longest time with the gray coarse stone on it. Like, something you absolutely shouldn't be doing. All right, brother, I appreciate you dropping by for a few minutes. Enjoy Barcelona. Enjoy it. But yeah, for the longest time, you know, I wouldn't have a ton of knives laying around, but I also really couldn't sharpen them, so that factory edge would be, you know, beaten on for a couple of years at a time. And then I'd sharpen it on just a bench grinder. Get in there and get a really fast, nasty edge on it. And strop it on a piece of wood. And then call it. And then that was literally just like the edge of a 2x4, just dragging it across there to break up whatever burr might be there on it. And I think the first time I really sat down and tried to sharpen something, I had both a really dull pocket knife, and I had the Felco pruners, which are the good ones. They were both dull as hell, so I grabbed a file and filed the new edge onto them, and then one of those gray sharpening stones from a cheap flea market survival knife. I had one of those laying around, and I kind of ran the edge over that a bunch of times until it smoothed out a bit, and it worked. You know, if all you got's a file and you need to sharpen a knife, you can get it sharp. But like the Work Sharp Kin Onion grinder was probably my first. I had the Kin Onion grinder for a long time, and I used that up on a good few things and burned the belts up, so they quit working as good as they did. I didn't realize how quickly consumable those were. So I ended up going over to the 2x72 with an 800 grit belt. And I just zipped the edge over that and sharpened it real quick. And then I had a chunk of an old leather belt that I'd lay down on the table for the bandsaw. And I had the white buffing compound, and I'd strop on that. And that worked pretty good. Good enough. But I gotta tell you, having the ability to hit the level of refinement you can hit with that precision adjust, good God, it's a game changer. So that leads me to wonder, you know, whether or not these $30, $35 systems can at least do good enough. You know, I'm sure if like the stones are usable enough, then you could probably definitely get the knife plenty sharp. And then the rest of it comes down to quality of life. Like, I've got a Lansky sharpening system around here, and the quality on that is down through the basement floor. You know, the stones are probably okay, I guess, but you know, like the little metal rods that you put the stone on, like one of them just completely. Do I have it sitting here? I don't know. I'm gonna take a look in a second. If I can see the Lansky kit and grab that real fast, I'll show you where some of the problems came up pretty quickly. Lansky. So, like, I know I had the Lansky system down here and I tried to use it. Huh, alright. I must have chucked the Lansky system somewhere in the corner. But like the rods that those things ride on, you know, they come up and then pop up to a 90-degree angle, and it took literally just touching it basically for one of those to snap off. Another one looks like it's fixing to go. And the way that clamp's set up, you can't sharpen anything smaller than a kitchen knife. Like if I tried to sharpen this in that Lansky system, there's nowhere I could clamp that where the stones would touch the blade before grinding off the top of the clamp. I'm not sure where they picked up the reputation for being good, but I guess if you're only sharpening kitchen knives and like large fixed blades that are, you know, about that wide, maybe. But I was thoroughly disappointed by that. Oh my God, guys. Yeah, this thing's atrocious. looks like the VG10 is rolling very low on performance right now. Like, we stropped it and it started in okay shape, but it's just not cutting good. And I don't want to reprofile it, but you know, this is still, I think it was a 20 some odd dollar knife. So it's not like you can get too terribly mad about the factory edge not being the best. Like, it still did what I needed to, but yeah, it's not having fun with this. Once I finish this piece off, I'll check Amazon and see if we can get a price on this. God almighty. Oh, the blade's getting real warm too. I do not have a conspirator. No, I do not. No, I've got an Elementum that I don't carry because it's too nice. Cogent, Odium, Mastodon, Bull Mastiff. We got those. Joseph Garcia, what's up? It's not doing well so far, no. It's just the factory edge was definitely not for this kind of work. Yeah, so you can get this this is like the $35 model, but you can get it without the Damascus for about 17 bucks. Let's see. And then it says the cheap ones are 3CR13, it looks like. This is 8CR14. Sorry, I'm like oh no, this is the Albatross Cool Flipper. Like, you can get the cheap version of this for around 16 bucks. This is the 35 one. I'm just looking up the specs right now. Good morning, midnight. Oh, yeah, those Bluetooth keyboards are a treat. What was I going to say? Let's go to some more mellow cardboard for a bit. Pretty sure we got VG10. The listing is a little bit wild, but that's what it said it was when I bought it. Christy P1, what's going on? So we got this Albatross Cool Flipper, which I'm pretty sure is VG10 Damascus. And it's not having fun right now at all. So we may end up taking a break. Oh my God. Enjoy your sativa and Coke. Hopefully your chuckle brush is everything you hope it could be. Yeah, no. Well, it looks like regrinding this edge. That's weird. So it's still okay here, but it's just not doing shit to the cardboard. Why is it so difficult? Okay, so no, we're not reprofiling the edge. It just does not like cutting cardboard. But that chip in the edge is going to drive me nuts. Are there multiple chips in the edge? Oh, it feels like the edge is chipped in a couple of places. This is the Albatross Cool Flipper with the VG10 Damascus on it. No, you didn't pick a bad knife. This is just already weird. This might be the hollow grind kicking in, but yeah, it's not happy cutting cardboard up. And of course, I've gotten a little bit spoiled. Fook, what's up? I've gotten a little bit spoiled by the edges I've been putting on stuff and the more fun stuff we've been playing with. But the edge isn't racked out, so we're gonna keep going. Right. Tell you what. Come on. Wow, I tried to post a link for the thing, the Amazon link. Okay, maybe that'll work. I do not want to do a test on a fake bug out. Like I don't go out of my way to support clones. I've had clones on the channel either because we did Temugeddon and they were unavoidable, or I bought clones that I didn't know were clones until they were pointed out later. But like I'm not gonna knowingly spend money on a clone to do something here. Like I don't want no part of that. But yeah, once you added the title for that link with the 7 million words, it was too long of a comment to post, so I think that got the link up there. Well, and you know, that's the other part of it too, especially for like testing a clone to compare to the original. You know, I don't have a great way to test my OG bug out. to the point where it's significantly worn without sitting here for 6 straight hours. And I don't want to sit here for 6 straight hours. God, man, this thing does not like cutting. What the fuck? Okay, do we grind a new edge on this or just switch knives? Because I can't keep going for the length of time we're going to go with this cutting the way it is. That is fucking terrible. Come on, come on. All right. Wait, what? Wait a second. Guys. That's the first time I've ever heard this do these. Okay, we need a minute. Okay, we need to check the other ones real quick. What the hell? You're... Okay, I have had these things forever. And I didn't know there was a whole second thing. Like a whole second series. I mean, this is so much better. Yes, I'm pushing up instead of pushing down. I didn't even know that was a thing. How in the name of shit did I go this long without fucking knowing that? How? Okay, so we're gonna pick some more later, and we're gonna go in on those and see what the new sequence is on them. But yeah, I guess we are regrinding this to 18 degrees. I will say there are a couple of conveniences I wish I had with this thing that aren't here. You know, like the ability to really, really lock it in somewhere stable and not have it shift around while you're using it would be nice. It's not really a good way to clamp it down to anything either. All right. .220 grit, ahoy. Yeah, I will just be. How did I not know that for this damn long? Let's see, where is it? Need my Sharpie. Yeah, this is a plastic base plate. Like, there's a reason this is like 120 and other systems are pushing like 500, 700 bucks. Like, you do lose some of the creature comforts. How bad is that on y'all's end for the audio? I'm not gonna hot glue this thing down. I mean, it's just kind of, it is what it is. If I sit here and just hold the back with one hand while I'm working, it's fine. Um, yes, this is a little bit of comfort you're trading off to spend 120 instead of $500. Yeah, we still aren't there. Yeah, I can kind of already see where the grind on this bevel wasn't that good. And of course, now that we're putting this at 18 degrees, it's never going to wear out. I've had the good fortune of never encountering a bear in anything resembling a habitat. I will say that the burr on this feels really nice. Like, this is a really nice, sharp burr. Completely unrelated. Completely. But, if, like some of us here, you're about 3 months away from receiving your first AARP magazines, you'll remember the Alanis Morissette album, Jagged Little Pill, which, not my usual fare, but I enjoyed it when it was a thing. And, that shit, fucking freight trained the radio for a while. Like, that whole album was basically on the radio nonstop somewhere. And I ended up the proud owner of a copy of it. And I had a friend of mine staying with me, absolutely obsessed with that album. Like, just one day out of the blue, he became obsessed. So all hours of the day, every time I turned around, he would take my CD, put it in my stereo, crank it up to full volume, and would not turn it the fuck off until I went and unplugged the shit. And it hit a point where I got a migraine every time I heard it start. And I'm like, dude, this is my stereo and my CD, and I'm telling you not to fuck with this. Leave it the fuck alone. He wasn't having no part of that, so I ended up trading the CD to a friend of mine for a snake. And, of course, I had no means really to take care of a snake. I figured I'd just figure it out as I go. And then, the guy's mom got absolutely fucking pissed that he traded it, especially for that. So I ended up having to trade him back before his mom beat the hell out of him. And I take it back home. And I knew what was coming if it got found in the house anywhere. So I grabbed a knife and I cut the back of that CD up. Like, it looked like Wolverine claws had gone at it. And I put it back in its respective storage spot and let my buddy find it. And he found out that I had destroyed it and tried to fight me over it. Just that entire situation was bizarre. I think it was a little bitty ball python, if memory serves. Yeah, don't you think? Like, that guy stayed with me for a while, and I will tell you right now, shit was never boring. Probably one of the greatest things is I was like 16, and I was involved with my first serious girlfriend. And I'm sure you all remember the time. Like, the first time you got laid, you were like super, super nervous, and it took forever to fucking go for it. And I think it was like our second or third time. And of course, you're still all nerves and still, you know, trying to get yourself primed and ready to go. And we'd been kind of building up to it for a couple of hours. And it starts getting close to go time. Corey kicks in my bedroom door. And he's got a fishing pole with a biscuit tied to the string on the end, just waving it around, screaming. Like, it was amazing. We got into so much shit. Gravy Seal, it's when a mommy loves a daddy and things happen and it feels like a sneeze, only better. Well, I mean, I can't go too in depth without age verification and making sure that the manual reviewer knows that it is purely educational. So one thing with this is it always takes a long time to get that edge in, but once it's in, Jesus Christ, it's good. I think that Ozark trail knife was at that for about 45 minutes or something like that, sharpening that thing before it was finally done. Kind of sucks that we don't have a track record with VG10 to compare this to, so... Yeah, I love that about the 90s. Like, the guys that were doing weird shit just to be weird, they either had dreadlocks or they did shit like carry around live snakes. I knew one chick. She would walk around with her pet white rat on her shoulder, just walking around the neighborhood minding her own business. She was a bit of a bully and unpleasant to be around, but every so often she'd be having a good day and you hang out with her and it was a good time. And then for like the next 3 weeks, absolute bitch. Oh, I'm sure there are still people that do stuff like this today, but you know, I'm not in that environment where I'm around, you know, exceedingly young people with free time and not, you know, somewhere where they're obligated to, you know, dress respectably for work or something like that. You know, I'm not in that anymore. So they could still be doing that shit and I would have no idea. Dude, the 90s were like such a different fucking beast. Like, you know, and I know, like, it's for everybody, you know, the current times just do not compare to the times they grew up in. You know, that's just part of the game. But yeah, like, my 90s were totally wild. Totally. You know, a bit different from a lot of other people's version of wild. That's like more of the thinking man's Beavis and Butthead more than anything else. But you know, that was also the end. Like the 90s were the end of you know, they were the end of the pre-internet world. They were the end of a lot of things. You know, in a lot of respects, you know, we were the last guys that were, you know, we are the last guys that lived in a pre-internet world that know what things were like back then. Damn, 1977. I appreciate it, dude. That's awesome. I didn't have to file for emancipation in the 90s. You know, I will say, like, when I think I was 14 or something like that, I had my bedroom, one bedroom door went to the kitchen and the other bedroom door went to the front yard. So suffice it to say, I got into some shit. I think 95, 96. That's when I decided I was done with high school. That's a long story. And it was kind of before I started making the decisions that would put my life on the course where it is now. Which some of those were really bad decisions. Just no one showed me how to like pick good people to be around or anything like that, so I was just kind of guessing in the dark. Maxilla, what's up, dude? So the 20-sided die picked out this Albatross Cool Flipper, and the edge was so garbage for what we're doing that we had one vote to just reprofile it to 18 degrees and then go back in, so that's what we're doing. I think we're about halfway done now. Oh, dude, awesome. Yeah, I don't think I've experienced properly being homeless. Now, I did couch surf for a long time, and that was more of, you know, putting myself around people I thought were my friends for extended periods and just kind of not being so isolated and lonely. But yeah, just it kind of started bad and went weird. You know, you spend enough years being totally isolated and just kind of left by yourself, like you start having people around, you start, you know, you start, I guess, you got the opportunity to be around people and be around people you think are your friends, like, and you don't know what you're doing. You can end up in some very unfortunate situations. Yeah, thankfully I never wound up going that far. I've been close a couple times, but managed to find the right resources to get myself out of that situation before it went that far. A lot of it's just knowing people that had places I could crash. So I mean, that's the thing is, I had a real knack for finding places that I could crash for long enough to figure out where the next place I could crash is. I'll tell you what, they could have done a better job making the 600 and the 800 look different from each other. Like, it's nearly impossible to tell which one is the 6 and which one's the 8 on these. You really, really have to work for it. All right, Midnight, appreciate you being here. Yeah, no. Yeah, Maxilla, share with us about the time you spent living in the 1990s. Yeah, I definitely appreciate it, Midnight. But yeah, no, we were kind of just reliving old war stories from the 90s. From Alanis Morissette to snake ownership to... Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, dude. Like, being born that late, you definitely missed out on a lot of things that are interesting. Like, there's no way to really explain to you what the world was actually like before the internet. Like, just imagine having to wait in line for like 2 hours. No phone, no nothing electronic. If you brought a book, you were lucky. You're just standing there raw dogging it. Yeah, like, I think up until 1999, like, no license, no nothing like that. So I was either walking or riding a bike everywhere I went, or I had a scooter, which Maxilla, I don't know if you've seen them before, but scooters from back in the day were way different from the ones you have now. Similar setup, but they had miniature bicycle tires instead of the rollerblade wheels that they have now. Totally different beast. You can do a lot more stuff a lot more confidently than you can on those razors. Like run over a pebble. And of course, when I started playing with those things, they were one of the most uncool things you could be seen riding around on. So I really leaned into it. Like I was making like the stupidest modifications possible to them and really just rocking them out. You know, and that was in the time before like doing weird shit to just be doing weird shit was cool. You got one of the old ones, or you got one of the new Razor style scooters? Okay, Sly. So we have got the Albatross Cool Flipper. It was already doing such a garbage job cutting that we've had to reprofile this edge. Come on, tell me what number I'm looking at. Okay, we're on to 800. Like the factory edge on this thing was doing absolutely god awful. Oh, nice. Yeah, those old ones, man, they are, at least in my opinion, a hell of a lot better than the newer ones for a lot of things. You know, especially because you got air-filled tires, like you can hop off of some pretty high ledges and stuff like that and be fine. And the lights don't seem to be doing what they normally do. They're not really happy with life for some reason. Oh, and whoever wasn't here for it, the fart figures, I found out they have an entire second set of farts that somehow I had not figured out. Oh, what'd you get for a new knife there, boss? I will say right now, though, it feels like this VG10 is going to take a fucking crazy ass edge. Like, the factory edge cut like garbage, but the burr this thing is pulling up is the burr coming up off of this feels really good. Give me a second here. I will look that up and show everybody. Woo! Yeah, 100 bucks is a bit rich for my blood right now. Okay. Okay, so, damn it. That's what we're looking at with the Primitive Woodsman Wildcat. How big is that thing? Like, for me personally, something that's that simple for $100 better be quite large or better be some real fancy ass steel. As an addendum, this blade started off chipped, and I carried it for a while, but I didn't abuse it, so I'm not sure where the hell a chip in the blade would have come from. What's the blade length on it? That's the best thing. Like, you have the 3-4 inch blade or something. All right, we're getting there. Yeah, that's where, like, I don't know enough about fixed blades to really. So 2.5 inch blade, 6 inch overall length. That's what we're looking at. So I'd love to be in an environment where I could really test and vlog fixed blades properly. That'd be nice, but sorry about the squeaks. Okay. Yeah, I'm not the kind of guy that borrows stuff. Like, there's a whole host of problems with that. But yeah, that's all yours, brother. Enjoy. And no, I know the Essie Azula is very popular, and it's probably quite good. But again, like, I can't carry a fixed blade or use it, so I can't really do a fair review on them, and I don't want to spend money on something I'm never going to use. Like, at the very least, if I buy these cheaper knives, I can get 3, 4, sometimes 5 videos out of them, and then at least a week or so of fun carrying them and using them. You know, maybe at some point, if channel growth justifies getting more equipment set up and getting more testing areas and testing methods set up, sure. But about all I could really tell you right now with a fixed blade is how much cardboard it can cut up before the edge gives out. I'll tell you what, though. It takes what feels like an inordinate amount of effort to get these edges on there, even though I know it's not that bad. It just feels like it. But God, do I love how these things look. Well, you can see that that edge is already shiny as hell. We're almost there. We're almost back to cutting, guys. Getting real close now. I know my boy Wilderness Bushcraft, when we get to Blade Show, he's going to be heading for the SE booth for sure. You know, and as much as I love how cool big fixed blades look and, you know, the kind of stuff that they're set up to do, just never actually going to use them. All right, Fook, yeah. Maybe we'll see you back here in a little bit. I don't know what time this is stopping. I kind of figured, like, this is a bit of a weird time to start a live stream, but maybe I can catch some new audience. And for the guys that don't have much going on right now, something to do, something to watch. And I'm not just sitting in my bed staring at YouTube and switching back and forth between channels and finding nothing to watch and then getting mad at Angry Birds 2. And then getting mad at Candy Crush. What, 4 hours? Like, we've been here for about an hour and a half here, and we've cut next to no cardboard with this thing. Like, we processed a box and some change. Yeah, I'm not putting any more mobile games on my phone. You know, like Angry Birds, it's not that I'm hitting a pay to win wall. It's that, like, you can go in there and you can watch easily like 10, 12 minutes of nothing but ads before you really start playing, which is annoying as shit. Even though the actual gameplay itself is quite fun. You know, you gotta watch so damn many ads to really get anything done. And Candy Crush, it's gone to the point where it's set up where there are levels you just can't beat without spending money. And I've gotten hit by that a couple of times. It's like, fuck it, I'll spend $2 to finish this. I've been on it all day. And I'm on one now. I think I've been on it for a week. And still has not been passed. I'm not spending any more money on it. So I'll probably get tired of that and uninstall everything again a little bit later on down the road. And it wouldn't be so bad with Angry Birds 2. Like, it used to be everything you did required, like, watching a 30-second ad for any kind of bonuses you pick up. And now the ads have gotten to where they're like a minute long. Straight up a minute long. Oh, you found your earbuds. We are on our last drop. We're going to check the edge out and then start cutting. Yeah, some of you guys might not have been here earlier, but I am looking at potentially picking up some of the fixed angle sharpening systems on YouTube. YouTube, Amazon. Like they've got two of them. One of them's like $30, one of them's like $35. And trying to test those out to see if they can actually do a good enough job sharpening to warrant, like, some of the guys here that don't have a lot of money picking one of those up to get their stuff sharp. Oh. Eh. I cannot tell you how much I love being able to do this to an edge. Like, I know for a lot of guys it's not a big deal. They've been doing it for years, but still, that feels so damn good. Jesus. Yeah, so this thing took one hell of an edge. That really soft, weird stuff. Oh, sir, we are going in on some cardboard, for sure. This paper just cuts weird. I don't know what the hell this is. But yeah. Okay, so now we know what kind of edge we got. All right. That is still an improvement, but Lord, this edge geometry don't like cutting. Okay, so you've gone from milk to glue. I shudder to think of what the next white substance you switch your name to is going to be. I was the artist formerly known as Glue. Now I go by Baby Batter. All right, we need to get Nope in here and let him and Glue have a name change war. Jesus. $11 days? How the hell did Nope do that? He changed his name like 3 times in one stream. Yeah, so we've rolled the edge out. Just the grind on this blade is definitely not meant for this. So I shouldn't have to be pushing down that hard to get these cuts done. Oh, okay, yeah, that's probably it. Yeah. Sorry guys, getting a new empty box. Yeah, almost fell over. You'd be amazed just how quickly large boxes fill up with this diced up cardboard. But some of this diced up cardboard did get used for the padding for the giveaway winners. So they get real live cardboard cut up by a barely existent YouTube channel operator. Damn it. Boy, let me tell you, this thing right here is fighting me. And the hot spots off this thing are also quite real. Trying to think of something to keep conversation going, and my brain just went totally blank again. We need like Punisher and Knockoff to swing by. We have got the Albatross Cool Flipper with the VG10 core Damascus, and the factory edge on it was total garbage, so we've already reprofiled it down to 18 degrees. And the way the blade is ground, it's still having a hard time pushing through the cardboard, so we're having fun with that. And we spent some time discussing our various misadventures in the 1990s. Also, I just violently crop dusted myself. And in a minute here, we'll get the Ninja out and see what the second cycle of noises it makes is. I still cannot believe I've had those figures forever, and I didn't realize that if you lift the arm up instead of pressing it down, you get a whole second set of effects. That is just nuts. Like, as far as just a general purpose everyday carry knife with, you know, an axis lock and all that, it's not shabby. Especially, like, you can get one of these in 3CR for like 16 bucks. It's great for general purpose stuff. But the hollow grind on this thing is pretty damn deep and a pretty large flat. It is not happy with getting pushed through cardboard. My favorite flavor of pods? What pods? Yeah, I did see it before you retracted it. Oh, I totally missed out on that chapter, Society's Development. I was a far bigger fan of huffing lighter fluid than I was of the thought of eating Tide Pods. We're gonna go Ninja. Let's see what he's got. Well, that one was kind of boring. All right, now we know what that one can do. Let me try the robot out, see if that thing's got better noises on the next one. Okay, this box should cut easier. Should be an easier box to cut up. It really depends on which week it is. You know, like I carry folders. But right now, especially, I'm carrying something different every week, so I can do a video on it at the end of the week. So right now, I'm carrying a Schrade Boneyard that I got way back when and never actually carried much. And you got like a nice little assisted open flipper. Nice little recurve blade. Really cool design for, I say cool, like, it would be amazing if I was still 12 years old and I still like it today. What the hell was last week? Last week was a Cold Steel 1911. The week before that was the Gerber Quadrant. So yeah, like it changes week by week. I'm sure at some point I'll be at the point where I can't, like, if you go back in the channel's history on the playlist a little bit, you'll find Teamugeddon, which was season 2 of the Super Budget Showdown. And while Teamugeddon was happening, I was still bringing in more stuff. So I've been kind of finishing off all the stuff that came in on the side while I was doing Teamugeddon. And sooner or later, I won't be, you know, on a brand new knife every single week, so I'll get to dedicate some more carry time to the ones I like. But I'll have to take a look at that after Blade Show. You didn't miss a whole lot over the last 10 minutes. We did find out the alternate cycle of the farts off the Ninja isn't really all that impressive. And if 1977 Alive and Kicking is still watching, we'll do the robot next and see if that's got anything good. You might be able to help Glue out. He wants to know what everyone's favorite flavor of Tide Pod to eat is. It's doing better, but it's also still taking a ton of pressure to get cuts on these boxes. I think it's just how deep the hollow grind is. It's got to be what's doing it. This thing does have a fairly pronounced hollow grind. And of course, as nice as the burr felt coming up off of this, I've got a feeling that the steel is probably going to take forever to wear down on an 18-degree edge. I could be wrong. I could entirely be wrong, but I don't think I am. Although with the length of time something as simple as VG10 took to reprofile, I can't imagine having to go in and do this on like M390 or S30V or something like that. Like at some point, if I have enough income or the channel supporting itself enough that I can start doing this with a nicer stuff, like going in on a bug out and something like that, I'm gonna have to learn. But hopefully by then, I'll also have like a better setup here for doing this. I'll have a nicer filming equipment and a way to do this. I think you did spell metallurgy right. Also, what's going on, dude? Evasive floppy disk. Yeah, well, I got nothing going on, so yeah, back to Box Genocide. We did do the 20-sided die picking the knife out, and this time we got the Albatross Cool Flipper. The factory edge sucked, so it got... Thank you, sir. I appreciate the kind words. We reprofiled the edge down to 18 degrees, so now we're just seeing ergonomics, and as nice as the burr was that came off of this while I was profiling it, I got a feeling this edge is just going to hold up forever now. Yeah, it should be VG10 Core Damascus. How many knives do I have to test? I've got... I think I'm up to around 170 knives in the collection. At the moment, though, stuff that's lined up for Cardboard Slayer and waiting to get picked, we got the Cold Steel 1911, the Civivi Cogent, Gerber Paraframe. We've got the, what the hell is this? The Massillon in 7CR17. We've got this Casvino in 3CR. Kershaw filter. We have got the Best Techman Dundee. We've got the Duratech Tools liner lock knife. We've got this Tac Force gas station goodness in 440. And then there's a Efengro in D2. I don't know the model name, but that is one thick little chungus right there. That's going to be interesting. So I carried the 1911 for a week. I already did my video on that one. This is a cold steel. So you get a cold steel, you get a good knife. Waiting to see how the edge holds up on Cardboard Slayer, because it's like the steel on it's something like 4340 stainless or something else I'm not familiar with. It's some kind of weird mess. Which the 1911 it was on the table for this live stream, but the 20-sided die picked this one out instead. I'm sure the Ritual would be a fun Cardboard Slayer. That being said, I don't want to take a knife that, like, I'd like to keep that one nice. That's not a knife that I want to beat on. You know, if I had the money floating around, or someone had one for me used for next to nothing, yeah, sure. But not the nice one that I paid that much money for. I'd have to go online and look at the Voyager XL. The Voyager is not one that I've had my hands on yet. All right, well, now you got the better of me. I gotta go look. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with carrying the Voyager EDC at all, as long as you got a comfortable place to carry it. That's getting added to my list. Come on, add to list. There we go. Dude, like, I can EDC the Cold Steel Luzon X, the large Luzon. I can easily carry the Cold Steel Frenzy. I can carry the Kaiser Sheepdog XL. Like, as long as you got a space to carry it, yeah. If someone wants to buy me an Espada XL, sure, I'll do this. Like, the Espada XL is on my list. Like, I love my pocket swords. I love Cold Steel. You know, the Cold Steel Mayhem is on my, at the top of my want list right now. So, once Blade Show's over, I'll probably be saving up for that. It'll take a while, but I'll get it saved up. And then if I can catch it on sale for like 130 bucks or whatever it is, then yeah, I can get one. But no, that's what Cold Steel does well. You know, like Cold Steel, aside from making very, very tough knives that are really affordable, they make pocket swords that you can comfortably EDC. Like, Like, their pocket swords can be hilariously impractical, but they still carry well. Like, you know, the ones I've got that I'll carry them jammed down in the waistband on the right hand side, and that buys me a lot of room to mess with, and they're still comfortable. You know, the Mayhem, I'm probably going to have to swap the thumb plate out and get rid of that Emerson Wave plate. But, you know, other than that, it looks like it'd be a fantastic carry. That Voyager looks like a lot of fun to carry. See, Fuchs just trying to piss me off now, is what's happening there. That's what we're doing today. We're trying to hurt my feelings. All right. Let's see how it is. Yeah, you'll have to ask Spook. I don't know. All I know is trying to carry a wave like that in my waistband ain't gonna be comfortable and ain't gonna work for me. It's like I really can't have that square thumb plate hanging up going in or hanging up pulling back out. Evasive floppy disk, I appreciate you being here, man. Yeah, like, shoot. What the hell was I gonna say? I don't know. I'm tired. My brain keeps shutting down when I'm about to say something. And sadly, guys, I have no pizza box today. Alright, let's see what this robot does. Still no song? I'll say the second series is a little bit better than the other one. I'll give it that. Yeah, if I don't have a pizza box, I just don't have one. I said at the moment I can't even afford tickets to get on the struggle bus. I'm gonna have to run upstairs and grab something real quick that I forgot earlier today. Oh, bruh. Hardscaping and landscape stuff is one of my least favorite things I've ever done. I'll be right back, guys. Guys, I'm coming back. I'm almost there. Don't go anywhere. Don't leave me. Oh, fuck. Wow. How convenient. Okay. We only got a couple people hanging out on this right now. That's okay. Okay, that's better. Back to it. Wow, I am the last person left here. Numbers bounce back up. Like, I wasn't planning on going live right now, so I just kind of rolled out of bed. I'm like, rolled out of bed and I was like, I don't have much to do right now, so we're doing this. But no, like the number dropped from like 4 to 1 on the viewers. No, dude, you're good, Fook. But probably once I get done with this, whenever the hell I feel like wrapping up, I'm definitely going to be going back to sleep for a while. Yeah, I gotta decide, like, when it's time to order my next thing for the channel, do I? So I think for the same price, I can either pick up that Wallopton knife that's supposed to be S35VN for like 35 bucks, or one of the cheap fixed angle sharpening systems to test out for you guys and see if those are even remotely decent. That is going to be an interesting decision. I have some cold steels on my list that I could feasibly afford if I do that, but one of the reasons I want to take a look at that Wallopton is just because, you know, you're looking at a surprisingly cheap S35 VN blade, if that is a real one, and it may or may not do what S35 VN does. That's like an interesting case. I find it interesting. And of course, we had talked about the fixed angle systems earlier. Like that might be a good thing to test out for you guys, because if I can find one that works good enough for like 35 bucks to put, you know, a nice, clean, sharp edge on it, you know, in tandem with a good strop, then that could be kind of game changing for, you know, a lot of the guys that are watching my channel specifically, because we look at stuff like that constantly. But that being said, you know, the cold steels that I have on my list, I'd have to go take a look in just a second here. I think they're all in like the $20 range, something like that. Aside from the Mayhem and the one I just added, but like a lot of the cheaper cold steels that I want, I've already got. Let's see, what's still on the list? I just threw the Voyager XL on there. Let's see, like we got Ruxin Pro knife sharpening system there for like 32 bucks. We got an upgraded system for 35. CW OVRS $49.95. Let's see. Got the Cold Steel 4MAX Scout sitting here. Cold Steel Engage, the Micro Recon. There's that Wallopton S35 VN. It's gone up to 40 bucks. K-Bar, Holteforce, Civivi. Got an O knife sitting there waiting on me. What's the Cold Steel selling for now? Yeah, they're back up to 200. So yeah, I've got stuff like that floating around on there. Well, man, if I'm going to spend money on something like that that has an XL version, I'm just going to get the XL version. That's what happens. But you can kind of see, like, more or less where the questions about what the next thing to pick up for the channel should be. So I do know a lot of the guys that watch this stuff do want, like, you know, like all of us, they want stuff like the Work Sharp Precision Adjust and all that. Don't quite have the funding for it. This particular cardboard box that I grabbed is easier to cut than a lot of them have been. A lot of that has to do with the edge crush test on it, which I think this was something like 26 pounds or something along those lines. 32 pounds. This cardboard's not as tough as the rest of the cardboard we've been doing so far. So like the edge profile is better. It's definitely better. But I think the old edge would have still been okay through this. This is just an easy to cut piece of cardboard. Yeah. And in about 20 minutes here, we'll stop and check and see how the new edge is holding up. I will say, even the cuts on the easier cardboard don't feel as good as the profile on the last couple of knives put down to, well, the last couple of knives with really solid edges on them. It's just, I'm pretty sure it's just this hollow grind really creating unnecessary friction. But I'm pretty sure it's just this deep hollow grind wedging. There is so much just cardboard debris on the floor around me. And I am pushing closer and closer to the 3,000 hours of watch time mark. I'm hoping that's the only hurdle left to turning on Super Chat or whatever else I can do. It's like looking at one of the other requirements, it's like 3 million views on the shorts for something. I'm hoping that's a totally separate tier of stuff you unlock after that. But 3 million views on the shorts is a tall fucking order. I don't care who you are. Like 3,000 hours of watch time, you can get to eventually. Like that's feasible. But unless your channel just pops off and goes ape shit, and you have some kind of video go totally viral, which that's not what this channel does. Hitting a nice cool 3 mil is gonna be yeah. Not limited. It might be like the 3 million over the course of a year or something like that. I'm not sure. You know, whenever I tried to turn the earn button on, at first it was just it just said the 3,000 hours of watch time, which that's coming up pretty quick. We'll see. Like you know, and I know like the super chat's not going to be a thing a lot of us can do much about for a while, but God damn it. Yeah, I don't know if I can do horizontal live streams yet, but that being said, I'm gonna have to put in some kind of, like, I'm gonna have to figure out some other way of setting this up to make the horizontal live streams still work properly, because like the way this whole thing is set up, it is set up for vertical live streaming. But like I know most of us that are watching regularly right now aren't going to be able to do shit with the super chats, but at some point, if they could actually consistently bring a few bucks in a month, that might be able to set me up to get like a PO box, and then that can open up people sending stuff in or something like that, and I can have that good to go without like doxing myself. Welcome back, Fook. Yeah, so that fixed sharpener might be the move. So like I said, if it ends up working well and it's not too challenging to make it work well, I think that could be like a really good thing to be able to let you guys know about. I mean, even a kind of bad knife can be turned into a very, very, very good tool with just the right edge on it. Well, yeah, and that's one of the things that really gives me pause on that is the fact that those are stones and not diamond plates. Is where I'm like, I don't want to just no, the stones will probably last a lot longer than that. Like stones, they're easy to manufacture. They've been figured out. It's not like it's new technology. But the interesting thing is whether or not we're gonna dish out the face of the stone quickly while working with it, which I'm assuming there's a way to avoid doing that. I'm just not sure what it is. Well, yeah, stones versus any harder steel aren't going to be as effective as they were. That's a no-brainer. Like that's one thing is the way these things look like they're set up. You should be able to buy like diamond plates or whatever you want for it and swap those out, because it's not like the Work Sharp. The Work Sharp, like they got their own system for these things. And I'm not sure how you're supposed to go about swapping out the stones on these. Like I'm really not sure how that works. So like this, you wouldn't be buying more stones for unless they're made by Work Sharp. That's the one downside. So yeah, like there may be some value there, and I know like the ones they're pretty universal. You can also buy some really fucking nice stones for them. This is taking way more pressure than it should take. I mean, yeah, it's like, but yeah, I think you know, the stones that come with the kit. And that's the thing with the kits I'm looking at. They got like I think they come with like 10 stones or something like that. Like pretty lengthy grip progression. Like I said, it's just a question of how quickly you wind up dishing out the face of the stones. And yeah, I don't want to think about how hot it is outside here. Like, I'm really overdue to cut my grass, but I'm not doing it today. I should, but I'm not gonna. So fresh and so clean, clean. Nobody don't ask me. Boy, I miss old Outcast. Yeah, have a good one, Midnight. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, it's definitely interesting seeing the difference in attendance and concurrence doing this like midday versus normally late in the afternoon, but didn't particularly feel like waiting around till 5 p.m. Just got to remember that we're on hour 1 right now, and we're almost to the end of hour 1. Oh boy. Does anybody have anything interesting? It's like, ooh, fun. Like, my thoughts are kind of moving back and forth between, you know, is my next purchase a knife? Well, I take that back. So once I roll it through Blade Show, I hope to have like 3, maybe 4 new things to both show you guys and all that stuff. That pressure treated lumber, Do they still use arsenic for that pressure sheeting, or did they move away from that? So I know I was up at an uncle's house many moons ago, and he was setting posts up for a fence. He's like, "Yeah, handle this with gloves. Don't touch it. Don't barehand this or anything like that, because the pressure treatment that was on it was like something really, really, really unhealthy, which I think might have been arsenic or something like that." Like, I can't believe arsenic would have flown. Like, like when I go to Blade Show too, I'm also going to be keeping an eye out for Will Stelter, Scab, Outdoors 55. He's supposed to be there. Brian over at BEEDC. He's going to be kicking around there somewhere. Only problem is I never, and I should have done it, but I didn't have like a shirt made or something like that, like a Knives I Guess shirt, so that I'm easy to recognize, which I don't know whether that's a curse or a blessing. Like, I was trying to get my oldest kid to get the design I want for the shirt, which would be the crossbones and question mark in the circle, and then Knives I Guess around the top, and Let's Flick the Bean around the bottom. I wanted to do that, but couldn't ever get the pieces together for that. It's like the channel logo as it sits. My oldest kid took care of that for me in Photoshop or whatever was in the Microsoft Office suite from when they were still in school. Me with Knives, what's going on, dude? We got an Albatross Cool Flipper that had a not good factory edge, so it's been reprofiled 18 degrees, and we've been going on it for an hour, so yeah, predictably, not much edge wear. Like, this is a VG10 Damascus, so it should be a VG10 core. And of course, I'm struggling to make these cuts nicely. Don't tell me. This feels like it's been wearing down pretty damn fast. I don't have a bunch of tape on here. I'm already feeling some edge wear. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to assume that this might be 3CR and not a VG10. As far as I knew at one point, it was supposed to be VG10 Damascus. but we've been going on a brand new reprofiled 18-degree edge for an hour, and I'm already starting to see edge wear show up. Like, I can't tell. Like, I don't know what VG10 is supposed to do, but like the burr that came up felt good. It was a nice small tight burr. Everything felt like we should be doing better than this here. I need to see if I can get a look at the sorry, I'm trying to check the listing and see if I can get more information on this. Modern Damascus steel blade. It says the heat treatment put it to 58 to 60 HRC. Oh, the features and specs say it is cordless. Yeah, just blade steel says modern Damascus steel, nothing else. So I don't know what the hell's going on here. Yeah, I mean, this might just like, cause like the $16 base model is 3CR. So this might be 3CR with a Damascus cladding on it. Because you can see the line right down the middle. Let me see if it'll show up on camera here. But there is the line right down the middle where it has been sand mined with some Damascus. And a lot of guys will say, look out for fake stuff like that, but it's also on the inside of the thumb hole here. And there's no point in trying to fake it on the inside of the thumb hole, and that'd be really hard to fake. Like, it'd be real hard to laser etch that and not worth the time. So, like, I don't know what the steel is exactly. Yeah, like, this was a $35 knife, but, like, if I remember, the listing when I bought this said VG10, but, yeah, I don't know. Like, the edge here, it's showing somewhere it's a bit more than I would have expected after an hour, but it's also, I can't really be definitive with it. I just know once we get to that point on the tip, the cut starts looking kind of squirrely. So we will keep pressing for an hour. Let's get some of the harder to cut cardboard. VG10, nice. So like good Damascus steel that's made well and heat treated well is every bit as good as any other carbon steel. Personally, I like some Damascus, but you know, that's also, you know, my uncle when I was a kid. He kind of like what Gerber and Benchmade. He was a real big nerd for Damascus. Being that he's not around anymore, I can't really talk to him and be like, hey, was that like modern Damascus? Or was that Wootz Damascus? Although I'm pretty sure he was a big fan of both. Like, I damn well know he was a huge fan of Wootz Damascus. And it's kind of a shame he wasn't here or he might have known about it. A while back, there were some guys that actually figured out how to make Wootz Damascus, even though, like, you know, we lost the recipe. And so, you know, it's kind of like Roman concrete. We can recreate what the concrete does, but that's still no guarantee that's the exact recipe. That's the same thing with the guys that figured out how to make Wootz a while back. It's the same effect. Everything looks exactly right. But, of course, there's no guarantee that that's the actual recipe. But it also does take into account the technology that was available at the time. I think that took into account some of the minerals that were there to work with at the time in that region. It was like crucible steel, but there were a few, I think like some of the impurities were some kind of mineral that they threw in there, and everything came out perfect on it. I saw the documentary a long time ago. I think I've watched it twice. It was really cool to see because they like had to experiment with it for a little while to get it dialed in. But it's just like we don't have a way to prove that that's the exact recipe. So the cuts through this stuff, the cuts through the same cardboard that we started with right after we sharpened it, they feel a little better now. But I also think I've kind of got the hang of pushing the cut through this. So yeah, like, you get good, well-made, well-heat-treated Damascus, like, it's going to perform quite well. But in most cases, you are trading off the stainless nature. The 15 and 20, the high nickel content steel is going to be pretty damn stainless. But the 1095 or whatever it is they use, it's almost always 1095. That part won't be stainless, but after you do your etch, like after you etch Damascus, you're supposed to soak it in oil for a while, lock in that carbide layer, and make sure it's not going anywhere. So that will help prevent rust. And of course, you are kind of supposed to oil it once in a while. Like the Kiradashi that I made, which was 1095 and 15 and 20, if memory serves. That thing's held up really well for years and hasn't started showing any rust. Which I wonder. Curiosity has just gotten the better of me. So here's a little Kiradashi that I made myself. It's like the first Damascus billet I ever made. I'm kind of curious, and I'm probably going to have regrets. Let's see if this thing will cut the cardboard. No. No, absolutely not. The nature of the Damascus and how low the layer count is, when you sharpen it, you can see right along here where the dark spots are low spots in the edge. The blade's a lot thicker, it's a chisel grind, and it's more of a partially serrated edge. Like I said, all these dark spots right here, there's a low spot in the edge, so it's basically chipped out. which you can't really fix that without grinding the back down. And I'd rather keep the Damascus pattern because it's there for making small cuts and to be used as kind of a marking knife. But I had the question, so I had to try it. I would love to be able to do D&D, but I can't right now. So if I had if I had enough weekends open where I could schedule and play D&D, I don't have a play group anymore. That whole thing fell apart. Like our DM, he got married and had a kid. One of my other players, he got married, had a kid. One of my players, he just decided to stop talking to me one day. No reason or explanation given. He just stopped answering his phone. He stopped responding to text messages. I have no idea what the deal is there, and I'm probably not going to find out. Like I've seen him in various places because we both kind of associate with the same groups of people. And nothing has been said. Nothing. He just kind of acts like I'm not there. I leave him alone because whatever his reasons are, he's got reasons. I don't qualify as a nerd, sir. I'm more of a geek. Nerds and geeks are into most of the same things, but I don't have the academic credentials to back it up. But, you know, one of the guys from my group passed away not too long ago. One of the other guys from my group, he's just kind of off doing his own thing. I haven't talked to him in forever. And the way my work schedule is, I can't tell you more than 2 weeks out. I can't tell you more than 2 weeks out, basically, whether or not I'm going to be working, and I work most weekends. So I don't have a good time to try to get a new group together. You know, the last group I had put together took forever to get people to show up and play. And I think every single campaign died when we hit the point where guys were just basically saying, yeah, I'll be there, and then no showing. So we'd have a Punisher, what's up? You know, we'd have like a session planned, and everybody except one guy would show up, and we'd be calling him, and they finally answer. It's like, oh yeah, no, I made other plans. I did something else. Like, bro, you said you were gonna be here like 2 nights ago in the group text. So yeah, I don't get to play anymore. Maybe at some point, like I know if I can just get my promotion and move to assistant manager, that's going to put me in charge of the schedule for the most part, and I'll be able to actually set times to play. If I could get a group back together, but I'm not sure how I'd put that together. And I'm something of a dice goblin, so I have a few hundred sets of dice. Like, oh god, Magic the Gathering. I played competitive Magic the Gathering for years. I got real good at it, and I hit like number 22 statewide in the rankings. But after the divorce, when I couldn't find a job for fucking ever, I wound up just selling the set off to get some money to kind of keep me above water. And I don't want to start back up again without that collection, because like that collection, that was the first thing I pulled out of the house when the divorce hit the fan, because I didn't trust my ex-wife not to do something, like not to destroy him out of spite. And you know, now, as I think Hasbro bought out Wizards of the Coast, they are so aggressive with pushing new stuff out non-fucking stop. There's no way to keep up with it unless you have a bottomless budget. And I can't afford to get back into it. You know, even if I started small and started casual. Oh no. My collection caused the suspension on my Ford Ranger to sag about an inch when I put it all in the back of the truck. The card shop that I sold them to gave me about 10 grand for the whole collection all in. You're talking about a monster of a collection. And second tier blades, what is up, dude? We're going in on this Albatross Cool Flipper with Damascus. We thought it, or I thought it was VG10, but it's showing edge wear really quickly. And we had to reprofile the edge because it was cutting like garbage when we started. Oh yeah, I said I played competitively for years. I got really fucking good at it. What's up with second tier? Oh, brother, I had so many things that were so fucking good. You know, I had play sets of autograph cards. I had play text of like the textless art cards that were fucking phenomenal. I had a ton of stuff from harder to find sets like the unglued and unhinged. This had so much. Oh yeah, like I've got like miniature dice, steel dice, like a lot of different sets. The cheese dice kind of showed up after I was basically forced out of playing D&D. But yeah, I had a buddy of mine that had like he said he had a Black Lotus in pretty rough shape. And I almost talked him into trading him my old car because he needed a car and I wanted that Black Lotus, and he never would like get the thing together and find it, so that fell apart. We got this Albatross Cool Flipper, and we don't know what the steel is. I thought it was VG10 going into it. I swear that's what the listing said when I bought it. But the listing just says modern Damascus steel now and won't say what the core steel is. So whatever sandmide in the center. So saying it cut like garbage off of the factory edge when we started, and the blade had a chip in it. And I'm not sure where that chip came from. So we ground it down to 18 degrees, and we're already seeing some edge wear, but I have no idea what the steel is. Well, yeah, and that's what it should be, is a VG10 with Damascus sandmide onto it. But now that I can't say anything with 100% confidence, yeah, well, and again, the budget version of this, the $16 version, is 3 CR, so it could easily be 3 CR with a San Mai on it. And I'd be more worried that it wasn't real Damascus cladding. However, you've got the line down the center right here, and then that line is also showing up inside the thumb hole. If it wasn't inside the thumb hole, I could tell you it was fake, but this isn't faked. Because there are knives where the Damascus cladding is fake, and the line along the top will be laser etched onto it to look right, but there's not a way to get that inside the thumb hole easily. Certainly wouldn't be worth the effort. They are still available. This version is $35, and then the basic version with the plain blade is like $16. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool looking blade. You'll just have to put a new edge on it, most likely. You know, and of course, when I carried this and did the review work on it, I don't know if I did a full-length video. I don't think I did. I know it showed up in the Budget Bangers video, I think. Yeah, it did. But I don't think I've done a full review video on it. Oh, and Punisher, you missed it. I discovered that the fart figures, they have an entire second set if you just push the arm up instead of down. Well, one of the things that I was talking about, and I don't think you were here for it, but I've got two different fixed angle sharpening systems that they're like $35 a piece. So I am strongly considering getting one of those and testing it out for the channel. Because if it's not super difficult to get good results off of that, I think it could be a game changer for, you know, you guys that are, you know, on a non-existent budget like I am. Because $35, you can get $35 one way or another. You know, it's a lot easier than $120 for the Work Sharp Precision Adjust. So I'd kind of like to see if that's an option. Because they both come with like 10 separate stones. And Brandon Richards, what's up? Yeah, like I think we were talking about the Cold Steel Voyager XL earlier. But yeah, Cold Steel is never a bad choice. But the mechanism to hold the stones in place looks like one of those that's pretty far adjustable, so you can buy diamond plates for it if you want. You can buy higher quality stones. Oh yeah, the fixed angle is way easier than regular stones. Like, if I can get an edge like we've been getting off of the fixed angle because I can't sharpen freehand, I haven't learned how. It's easier. So I mean, that's what's got my curiosity up. Is like looking at whether or not they work well enough. You know, I don't expect them to be as convenient as the Precision Adjust, but they might be convenient enough to get the job done. Oh yeah, right now I don't have the money to buy a good set of stones for freehand sharpening. And the amount of time it would take to properly learn, I also don't really have the time and the energy. Like, if I'm off of work, about all I can do is sleep. Which, all right, Punisher. See you in a bit. But like, you know, when I'm not at work, about all I can do is sleep. The only reason I'm down here doing this right now is I just didn't want to sit there doing nothing and waiting until I crash again. And I'm kind of curious to see, like, my personal best for live stream time has been 7 hours. So I'm kind of curious to see if we can beat that or if I just have to shut down. Fook, what's up? You just missed Punisher. I totally lost track of what I was saying. Completely. Yeah, now that I've gotten a good look at the Voyager XL and that 6+ inch blade, I am definitely interested in that one. So that's on the list. Yeah, I've trimmed shrubs. Let's see, where is it? I've gone in and trimmed some shrubs up with this one because I didn't know what it was. But this is a Bushmaster from Pacific Cutlery, which is bench made from before they were bench made. You can see, there it is right there. So this is a rarity. It's an old rarity too. I'm definitely not abusing it anymore. At some point I need to clean it up. But I also don't have the original sheath for it either. Yeah, no, those are great gifts. Thank you, sir. I know the Bushmaster in pristine shape with a good sheath are not cheap. But that one belonged to my uncle before he passed away. And it already had some wear and tear on it when I got it. And again, I didn't know what it was, so I got out there and played with it. But it hasn't really seen any use in a long time. Yeah, I need to get back and do like some camping or something like that at some point. Just do something outdoors. But that ain't for right now. Oh, that's actually pretty cool, man. Enjoy. I hate when it does that. Oh, wow, yeah. I'm so glad I haven't had that problem. I will say I had someone attempt to mug me. It was weird. Just cutting through the woods to go to a friend of mine's apartment. There were 2 guys there, and like they said, give me your wallet. And I didn't have anything in my wallet outside of like I think just a few random bits of crap. And my 99X freeloader card. And so like that was also back when incredibly baggy pants were the style. So I had a belt on and all that, keeping them up. And so I was just getting ready to bail on them. And so I reached for the back of them, like I do, to adjust my belt. And I guess they thought I was reaching for a gun because they backed off immediately and moved on to whatever the hell they were going to do. That's just like, at one point, I had a friend of mine in my van, and we're driving around, and we were just leaving the low rent part of the area we were in, like just leaving the scary part. And some dude runs across the road, swings open the side door of the van, jumps in and slams it. And I'm like, what the fuck do you want? Just drive. And because there was no seats in the back of the van, there was nothing except about 10 feet of open space. I was getting ready to start racking the gas pedal and the brakes and start throwing him around in the back there. I was like, I'm going to hurt this motherfucker. Because, you know, I already valued my own safety, but the girl that was in the van with me, I had to protect. And so I sit up and I go to adjust my belt so that I'm like, I've got room and I don't have anything stopping my legs from moving quickly. And I guess, again, he thought I was reaching for a gun because he immediately jumped out and ran off. Because if he hadn't run off, like that van had a 318 and a very low geared rear end for hauling stuff. Yeah, adjust your belt in emergencies. But that thing had a 3-speed transmission geared super low for hauling stuff. And you could get the front wheels off the ground in first gear. And he would have been getting thrown around with nothing to hold on to and just getting slammed into sheet metal left and right. And he would have got hurt. Like, he would have gotten hurt. And I'm not sure what I would have done with him once I stopped the van. But yeah, I was ready to fuck some shit up. I was actually kind of disappointed that he jumped out. Because like I've had friends in the back of the van and I knew what it could do. And I've also been unsecured in the back of a van when a friend of mine just like cut the wheel and slammed on the brakes and I got thrown across the van. It's like I know what the possibilities were. And getting thrown across the inside of a van fucking sucks. Like to this day, I still kind of want to know what would have happened. Yeah, the only risk with pulling a knife out is escalation. Like, you pull a knife, there's a decent chance they're going to pull a gun out, especially in this state and this part of the state. Oh, yeah. Like, basically, the next city over. For the longest time, it was a law that you needed to have a gun and keep it in your house. Like, no joke. Which that city also boasted low crime rates for the longest time. I don't know if they ever changed that law or not. I just know when that law resurfaced, there was a lot of news about it, a lot of talk about it, like it was culturally significant for a couple of months there. Like, you know, that's a law that doesn't get enforced, but you get that reputation out there. People leave you alone. They go somewhere else. Yeah, like I only remember bits and pieces of all that happening. You know, and before I had any firearms to my name, like I kept a very cheap sword that was in not great shape. The door frame for the living room did not sit flush against the wall. There was a gap there. Like that house was definitely the world's cheapest flip. The door didn't even fit the frame. I couldn't figure out why the living room stayed so fucking cold all the time until I looked, and like you could see light through the door when it was closed. So I got weather stripping, and it was too small to actually fill that gap. So I wound up getting more weather stripping and a couple of towels, and I just cut everything into strips repeatedly and just tacked all that up in there until it sealed the door up. But like at one point, no, I think I had the 45, but you know, it was put away safely. And the ex-wife, we pull into the house and she says she saw somebody in there. I don't know why, but I reached over the door frame and grabbed that sword on my way in and worked my way through the house until I got to the 45 and racked that one up and never found anybody in there. But I don't know what she was seeing or what she was thinking, but that shit's kind of scary. And we were in an area where the neighbors across the cul-de-sac were either selling or they were using a record-setting amount of meth. So, you know, the concern had enough credibility that I was worried going into the house. But, you know, there were also people that I had problems with that, you know, if they would have showed up at my house, it would have been a pretty big issue. So I had that over the door. So if I answered and it wasn't good, I could just reach up and grab a sword and either run them off or run them through. Take your pick. I mean, that's the thing, is that thing was so well hidden, you would, like, the last place you look is the top of a door frame and expect a sword to be kind of tucked down in there. You know, that's just not an expected place. You know, and if you're already at the door and shit goes down, at least you have something. Yeah, like a weapon out in the open. Well, if someone busted in while I was in the house, I just grabbed the 45. You know, like, because I kind of had proof when I was staying at my parents' house with my kids. You know, I heard the front door slam out of nowhere, and it was like midnight. And within 10 seconds, I was downstairs with the 45, surveilling the area and going through the house room by room. Never found anyone. Don't know what the door was slamming for, but, you know. You know, if you're dealing with a home invasion, you know, they pound on the door and you answer it. There, you should have something to work with there. Palmer Connolly, what's going on, man? I didn't feel like sitting and doing nothing for the entire day, so we are doing a live stream. And we're going on this Albatross Cool Flipper that I thought had VG10 Damascus, but we don't actually know anymore. Yeah, I don't have the kind of money to be hiding guns everywhere. You know, I got a couple within easy reach when I'm sitting in the bedroom. Oh, that is unfortunate. But, yeah, like where I'm sitting 99% of my time when I'm at home, I can defend myself. Like, I can imagine what I'd do in that situation, but until you're in that situation, you don't really know. Yeah, I got my options. If I'm in my workshop or in the garage, then there's always a hammer or a chunk of rebar or something right there. And I don't care who you are. You get hit with a 3-pound hammer with a good swing, you ain't doing what you were doing no more. Your plans have suddenly changed. And my arm ain't what it used to be, but I could swing a 3-pound hammer for hours on end. Like for a minute there, I could swing an 8-pound hammer one-handed, briefly. But yeah, now that I ain't been in the shop doing that no more. Oh, we got some 55-pound crush test cardboard. This'll be fun. Oh, come on. I said in that shit neighborhood where I used to be a target for significant bullying when I left the house, and it wasn't safe to be out there walking around by myself. I kept an axe handle on me. Which, I didn't get bothered when I was carrying that thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're good to go. stuff's not fun to cut. Let's go diagonal. That was not pleasant. Yeah, just where I can easily reach when I'm sitting in bed, I got the 45. Reachable if shit hits the fan. Oh yeah, I think I'm starting to get some edge wear now. I wonder if that's thunder that I hear outside. I'm about to look. Because rain would make me feel a lot better about not cutting the grass. I can't tell Texas and Antarctica apart. Oh yeah, we're supposed to get some good rain, so not cutting the grass is justified. Cool. That's like we're pretty sure Minnesota doesn't exist. That's what I wanted out of this. Yeah, so yes, I saw bits and pieces about that. I don't know if I mentioned this to you, Punisher, but I found out if you push it up instead of down, whole extra series of farts. Oh, these are so much better. That's one of the ones I wanted out of this. Yes, I know. I'm so excited. So we still got Frankenstein, the alien, and the scuba guy to get to today. Knives are life. What is up, man? But yeah, so we're pretty sure Minnesota is just a part of Texas where they hide people in witness protection. It's like, I don't hang out with people from Minnesota. I don't know people from Minnesota. I don't buy stuff made in Minnesota. Like it doesn't actually exist. Knives Life, we're doing this Albatross Cool Flipper. We think we've got a San Mai Damascus with a VG10 core, but we're not sure what it is. I would swear the listing said VG10 when I bought it. But now it just says Modern Damascus without saying what steels are in it. Well, anyone from Minnesota is in witness protection. Like, that's the operating theory. But I'll tell you what, cutting this shit is beating my wrist half to death. And I'm hoping in the next like 2 days here to see whether or not the guys that won the giveaways have gotten their stuff yet. Like, 80 degrees is not hot, dude, at all. Like, where I'm at, our average summer day is like 95 to 97 degrees with like damn near 100% humidity. Like, the sun is trying to kill us. I would love for 80 degrees to be considered hot. Given how humid it is here year round, even 80 degrees still don't feel that hot. And last summer we had a shit ton of 100-degree plus days. And from what I'm seeing, we're on track for this to be the hottest summer in history, potentially. Even if it's not, it's still going to be fucking brutal. I think the hottest days we've seen here are hovering around 111. I will say, like, when I went to Texas for my grandfather's funeral, we were out in Mineral Wells, and that was 111 degrees, and I don't give a fuck about that, but it's a dry heat. Bullshit. That was fucking miserable. And, like, I've seen plenty of, like, 105, 110 plus days here, but fuck. That was so bad. All right, I'm going to take a break for a couple of minutes, and then we're going to check the edge and see how it's holding up. Yeah, if you're new, we had to regrind the edge down to 18 degrees because it was cutting like shit on the factory edge. Oh, I have seen plenty of -10, -15 days with like wind chill of -20. You get out away from the city and things get a lot cooler outside. Like, that's one thing I miss about being out in the sticks. But we were on the I-20 corridor there, so everything that came through the state came right through there. You know, you're out walking around and your facial hair is filling up with ice. You know, you're fucking freezing. Even if you got really thick insulated gloves, unless you're like moving your hands nonstop to stay warm in there. Oh god, so bad. And like I'd have like pants on over a fleece, and then an insulated coveralls, and like 3 layers under those on top, and really insulated gloves, and it was still fucking miserable. Danny DeCito, I appreciate you showing up, man. Enjoy the rest of your day, man. Yeah, depending on what part of Canada you're in, I can't imagine what that kind of cold feels like. That is, you buy a jacket from here for here cold. All right, let's see what we got here. Ew. Okay, okay. So it's still holding enough of an edge to do that. Where's some more of the cardstock? Right here. All right, the edge is still fighting the good fight. So I think we might still be doing better than 8CR. Well, no, like the edge is still hanging on. It's still hanging on. Those were okay cuts. When we first started with this, it was having a harder time cutting, and it was having a harder time with those cuts on the cardstock. But as we've used it, it's gotten a little bit better. Once the initial wear on the brand new edge kicked in. I have not ordered from GP Knives. This is the first time I'm hearing of their existence. Yeah, like I keep all my Torx bits in a box that's easy to find. Matter of fact, that's diamond paste. Oh yeah. They're all right there. Yeah, I've ordered from Amazon, Knife Center, Blade HQ, Midway USA. God, that's hit or miss on browsing, because you go into the sale stuff and you can either find like killer deals on some shit, or deals that are like, I kind of don't want this. Like I've gone on there a lot of times, and the stuff I kind of don't want is the only things there. I am hell-bent on finishing this box off. It sucks to cut up, but we're doing this. Oh! That GVDV, the $10 unit. Somebody like I saw that pop up on Metal Complex's channel. Yeah, I used to watch Knife Center's new Knives of the Week videos every week, but you know, again, when you're doing this kind of stuff, Second Tier, what's up, man? When you're doing stuff like this, it gets really hard to watch more knife content after you've done been doing, you know, your own videos and stuff. Yeah, and I do keep thinking about once in a while, you know, some of the guys that do the podcast style live streams, like getting in and doing one of those with them, like just kind of do a guest spot. Then it's like I'm not bringing anything to the table that those guys want to talk about. Then again, this may be the last piece of this thing I cut up. It's starting to get really difficult. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm done with this box. Okay. Then again, I think this edge might be kind of shot. Yeah, the resistance on these cuts is starting to go through the damn roof, and this is easy cardboard. You'll be old one day too. We'll see about that, puts gun in mouth. They can't demonetize a channel that hasn't even been able to turn on super chats yet. It's like your powers are useless against me. It's like one time, way back when I was making like $9.75 an hour trying to take care of a wife, 2 kids, and a mortgage. I had a debt collector call me, and I let him get into it. I'm like, bro, my credit's already ruined and I'm dead broke. Your powers are useless here. He sat there for a second. He's like, "Yeah, okay then. Have a nice day." Bro. What the hell? Why did it make these cuts? It's making these cuts, but it's not doing the cardboard so good. All right, man. See you in a bit. Yeah, I think this edge is kind of shot. Let's try this again. Yeah, so this is about 2 hours of work and the edge is foobarred. Well, let's get the strops out. See what kind of damage that can undo. Let's get a fresh 24 micron charge on this. 14, 3.5, 10, 20, sorry, 24. 28. 28, 14. Let's see, 7. There's 10. Micron 3.5. I hate charging these things like this because it's always a big ass mess. Yeah, it's kind of like the mystery of Tupac's death. Like, I do still wonder if Courtney Love was tied up in that or not. You know, if she wasn't, she's pretty much never going to completely clear her name. If she was, she certainly got away with it. Yeah, I'm not sure there's a way to do anything with that shotgun in good taste except destroy it. Which I'm kind of surprised it hasn't been destroyed yet. Like, I can't begin to guess how many millions it would sell for if they did sell it, but God, that's in bad taste. And if I am saying something is in bad taste, like, it's in bad taste. Yeah, Bud Dwyer, that was the one where he's just standing there talking and all of a sudden he just pulls a revolver out and pops himself, isn't it? I remember seeing that. I'm just like, holy shit. Okay, this is red paste. What is red? I have. Did I just forget what the grip progression I had on here was, or what the hell? Wait, I just did 14. But he was facing some kind of heavy charges, wasn't he? Like there was some kind of corruption charges or something like that, and he was doing a press conference. Yeah, and yet Kenneth Copeland is allowed to live. It's like Kenneth Copeland and Joel Osteen both need to just go. The edge should be fantastic by now. I'm not done stropping yet. And while I'm doing this, I'm also working on getting a fresh charge of diamond paste hiding in here. All right, one more to go. I glued my balls to my butthole again. What did I do? There she blows. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Like I had a small needle file, basically that was flat that I was sharpening stuff with way back in the day. It was a file and the cheapest gray stone in human history. Pretty sure a river rock would have been better. Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't where you got scheduled today.
Well, it's okay. You're down here doing your thing, so I'll see you all day. Love you.
Love you.
Maybe it'll go quick like it did yesterday.
If you're up to it on your way out, can you grab some Pringles and some more of those fudge graham dealies?
Pringles and what?
Those fudge graham dealies. Why can't Harbor Freight just do original designs on those fucking knives? Why? Like, I would love to have uh, a good Harbor Freight knife that's comparable to the Mini Glimpse clone, I would love to have that, but it's like, just do original designs, assholes. Yeah, the patent on the Wave expiring means it's okay to make knives with it and all that, as long as they're not 100% clone of, the originals. Yeah, I'd say the edge is back now. And with the whole Wave thing, it's kind of where it's mind-blowing that you can patent just a little tab sticking out of the top of a blade. Okay, we got our edge back, but it lasted 2 hours. So, I mean, it's not quite as good as 8CR. Which, knockoff, if you could do us a favor, take a look at your metallurgical information and see, like, if VG10 is supposed to be as good as 8CR. Okay, you already beat me to it. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. I was right in the middle of saying something. Yeah, I wonder what the hell this is. Like, I really do. Yeah, like I've looked at the Wave, and if I was carrying in my pocket, yeah, I'd probably be all about it. That's just like my uncle. He would have been all about the Wave. Like, he would take like toothpicks and wedge them down in here, so when the knife is closed, yeah, just a little bit of tip sticking out. So if he had to yank it out of his pocket, the tip would catch and snap open, which I cannot imagine how unsafe that is. Yeah, I thought VG10 was supposed to be like in the D2 range. Screw it, Frankenstein. Okay, that's what that one does. Yeah, if I had like 8 hands, I could. Did anyone else back in the day go to Walmart and go to electronics and set the alarm on those larger stereos and turn the volume all the way up? Just a guest. What's up, brother? Okay. Yeah, I mean, the 440C that we had ran for a really long time, so I'm starting to question what's going on here. Like, I got so many questions as to why this only lasted 2 hours. You know, we had the 18-degree edge. And the other thing, too, is, you know, the edge might be a little bit too fine for the steel. You know, the way the burr felt, this probably is a higher HRC than we've been dealing with. I don't know. Like, I wish I knew. Yeah, I don't want to blame the heat treatment on this. You know, it might have been we got the apex just an ass hair too fine for this particular blade. Yeah, the center steel is dark. That's also where some of the questions come from, because I don't think like CR series stainless would go dark like this. No, I'd still say this is a pretty decent knife. You know, again, like, no one really should be doing 2 straight hours of this, especially not trying to wear the edge out. I mean, head up to Blade Show in Atlanta and like walk around. You might meet him. Oh, what's the name of that guy? He was at Blade Show a couple years ago with just the most racist ass shirt possible. It was Medford, yes sir. I still can't believe he did that. That being said, given the climate, he probably had plenty of people that enjoyed it. Yeah, Medford's someone I'm not buying from. I haven't heard about Hinderer, but I think that's one of those things, kind of like Medford. I don't think that many people remember that. Like, the Medford thing didn't really grow legs and take off, you know? I mean, that's the thing. It's one thing to, appeal to people who aren't, in love with buying stuff made in China. It's a whole different thing to publicly out yourself, with something like that. I got nothing against people who, I mean, it's not a bad thing to want U.S. made stuff. And all that. It's just, it's bad to be showing up in a public place on display with, something like that. And I don't know who Elijah Isham is. Oh, okay. Did you guys know that the guy that made peanut butter jelly time died in a police standoff? Like, Punisher knows. I guarantee it. See, I told you. Yeah, the peanut butter jelly time guy died in a police standoff. I think it lasted the better part of 11 or 12 hours. And his brother-in-law, Snoop Dogg, was on the phone trying to talk him down. Like, there's so many words in that sentence I did not expect to find out. Oh, no. This was a different one. It was one with like the most racist ass depiction of an Asian person from China that you could possibly draw. And I think it was the L replacing the R English with something about not buying Chinese clones. Like, this was a whole other thing. Who was the guy that passed away? I have not seen anything. Morgan Spurlock, not familiar. I'd probably know him if I saw a picture of him. But no, it's just like I get that it probably helped his company, and I get why. Oh, the Super Size Me guy. Me with knives, what's up? Like, I get that it probably helped his company, and I understand why, but still, it's like, Jesus Christ, those optics. Like, that's one of those things I'm not even sure would have flown 20 years ago. Speaking of which, now I want McDonald's. Yeah, like if we're if we're really getting down and dirty on my beliefs, that means I know you well. And I probably will wrap this up. Give or take another 20 minutes or so. I have got to go eat, and I have got to use the bathroom. Like, I have definitely been pushing myself. I do not want to do 44-pound cardboard. Oh my God, holy shit. I mean, we don't have publicly available knowledge that McDonald's causes cancer, but it might. But I'm I'm kind of looking to find out at some point, how much damage we're doing to ourselves with microplastics. And the thing is, the way things have been since the industrial age started, we have pretty much always been producing something in our environment that is toxic to everything. It's just like at one point it was air pollution from everything being coal-fired. Way back when, like in London, it got so bad the moths changed color to blend in with the soot that built up on trees. And then we had a more hardcore version of we had the lead issue when lead was in gasoline, and there was a guy that tried to fight that and went through absolute hell, and I think it took him like a couple decades to prove that there was an issue by going to Antarctica and drilling into the ice and pulling up cores and then finding the correlating layers that had the lead in them in Antarctica. And then it was back to air pollution again. And now we're on to microplastics. Yeah, I'll finish this piece and strap this thing back up again while we're wrapping things up because I'm tired and I need to eat. Fook, what's up? We're about to wrap this up in a few minutes here. I'm just going to finish this last piece of cardboard and play with the strop for a few minutes. Play with the strop again. let's see what this looks like after just a few minutes of use. Yeah, it's amazing how fast some of this wear shows up. Jesus. I'm not, it doesn't look like it's VG10. Like, that's kind of our consensus here. I don't know what it is. I mean, it's not the worst thing we've tested, but 2 hours on the 18-degree edge is kind of indicative of something cheap. We just don't know what the hell it is. Well, I've seen other VG10 knives that are dark colored. Like I said, it's okay as steel goes. We've seen worse. We have seen worse. This thing is taking a fine edge. The burr on it felt good coming up. Like, it's just, we don't really know exactly what it is. All we know is the company, like, Albatross claims modern Damascus. That's all we know. It wouldn't shock me if they were making it up. Like, well, they're not saying that it's anything specific. Like I said, I'm going off remembering seeing VG10 Damascus from a listing years ago. I'm gonna take a look at when I ordered this just to give you an idea. It's not like this just got here. Not by a long shot. I don't think I got this too terribly long after the Axis lock patent went away, if I understand my timeline correctly. That's like I said. This could be VG10, and we're all kind of off the mark on that. As like I said, I don't think 3CR or something like that. I don't think CR steel's being stainless with etch dark, but I could be wrong. Oh boy. For $35, I think it's okay. but for 35 bucks, you could also do a lot better. Now there is a $16 version in 3CR, which 16 bucks for something put together this well that has the axis lock and everything else on it. It's not terrible. Okay, so CR series do darken. Now, all that being said, I don't have other VG10 to compare this to, so that also plays into this. Yeah, the $16 version seems to be all right. A little bit better value. Yeah, Palmer, I get it. That being said, a lot of the guys that are watching this are kind of on the lookout for, you know, really cheap stuff that still does good for a cheap knife. And 3CR, um, 3CR will still get you where you want to go, especially for how cheap those knives can get. Like we've done 3CR and it really held up to a lot of abuse. We need to revisit 3CR now that we got a bit better of a baseline for what these things can take, and just see what, if anything, is or what it's capable of. Like, we do have guys watching these videos that will buy like a $16 knife because it's a $16 knife and that's what is accessible. Yeah, I know. Different steels work better at different angles. Like that's a well-known thing. I will say we didn't get wear on this coating, or we didn't get wear on this etch, which is interesting. Like the etched surfaces, I take that back. I take that back. It starts to fade out right here at the top of the hollow grind a little bit on both sides now. It's not profound, but it is there. Yeah, I said there's a lot of potential variables at play, and I don't know enough to really narrow it down that much. So that is part of what's playing into it. Like, I don't know enough to really tell you with any confidence that it's the edge angle or the steel or the or anything in particular. God, that is sharp. Now, that being said, as quickly as it drops back up to that, is also interesting. Yeah, it's a ton of unknowns, and that's part of you know, the stuff that I'm working through right now is kind of narrowing down these unknowns as much as I can. You know, and at some point we may get somebody in here watching these that knows a lot about this stuff and knows like what the right edge angle is for VG10, or knows, you know, where the difficulties with some of these cuts comes from. Is it actually the depth of the hollow grind? Because that does also minimize contact to 2 points, instead of having it rub you know, instead of having the entire face on either side of a flat grind rub, you've only got 2 points of contact on each side. Like, I guarantee you, if you carried this as it sits right now with this edge, you'd be more than happy with it for a while. I said you'd have to really be in an abusive environment, beating the hell out of these things to really see it wear out that fast. Yeah, EDC and Lace used to hang out and kind of vanished. Oh my God. You know, we may revisit this and put a lower angle edge on it, just see what happens. Yeah, so we may just revisit this later with a lower edge angle and see what it does. Yeah, listen, we will probably revisit this a bit later. I want to get a couple more of the random live streams in, but I am now curious if guys that know more than me are saying, you know, give it 12 degrees and see what she do, then we need to give it 12 degrees and see what she do. Yeah, I'm not like, I don't really have a problem carrying something at any particular angle. You know, outside of the risk of chipping out, and even then it's like I can fix it now, so it's not the end of the world, but having to fix a decent sized chip would suck. That would be a lot of grinding this down. Yeah, I believe this would be the only VG10 knife that I have, if it's VG10, which should be. I know VG10 is not expensive. Yeah, we're going to give it about 5 minutes here and then wrap things up. I have several functions to perform. A surprisingly good live stream for starting off at like 12:30 in the afternoon on a weekday. That's the same thing with my M390. Like I do carry it once in a blue moon, especially like if, you know, if I'm having a rough time and it seems like carrying something like that'll make me feel a little better, I will bust that thing out. I mean, here's the thing: if you're importing and you can buy in enough bulk, then it makes sense. If you're buying large enough batches. Yeah, I've just got the one M390 to go off of. Oh, Jesus. Well, I haven't cut any people. I don't think that would make a I don't think that would make a good live stream. I'm pretty sure there'd be issues there. Yeah. Yeah, like I don't have monetization on right now anyways, so I don't have issues there. Oh my god. All right, Punisher. I will see you later, man. The next live stream is probably going to be a few days out, and I've got to round up more cardboard, I think. And again, maybe not. But yeah, it feels like this is a good place to wrap it up, too, guys. I said I'm going to go upstairs and take care of myself. Yeah, I think we can all head out. Like, you guys have a great afternoon. I am going to go and rest and eat and everything else. So you guys have a great evening, and I will catch y'all on the next stream. I'll announce when it is ahead of time next time. It'll be about the normal time. So, yep. Deuces, guys. It's time to go.